All right, and I think I'm going to start it there. What's going on, everyone? Wait, hold on. Can't see my face. Yo, what's up? We are back. Desk is still elevated. I have like not touched anything since our last stream. Wait, hold on a second. I'm actually going to get on the chair so I can look at you guys like better. What's going on, everybody? I'm weirdly short now. Yeah, so I ended up not getting to film at all since our last stream. Hold on a second, my tripod's in the way. Yo, what's good, everyone? Yeah, thanks for pulling up. Yeah, so super hectic weekend, but I figure like even though I didn't take care of those scenes from last time, it's like it's just more work to do on stream anyway, which is like kind of the whole point. So we're gonna get into it right now. But yeah, I'm pulling up the stop motion software, get us right back into where we were. How's everyone doing? Oh, here it is. There we go. Sweet. What's good, everyone? Yeah, thanks for coming by. Yeah, so like it was a super hectic weekend. Right now, it's like raining a lot outside. We got hit with a major storm and like so many people lost power. And now everyone's like there's a lot of people who are still out of power, but fortunately where I live, we like never lose power. We lost power for like a grand total of 30 seconds the other night, but we've been good ever since. So I'm just I think we're gonna be okay. There's a small chance that we could lose power, but I think we're gonna be all right. Now, last time we were streaming, we got a lot of progress done actually. Just trying to see where we have to pick up. Episode's looking good so far. But yeah, we got to look at the original version of this last time. It was crazy. I was listening to the playback and you guys were getting the audio from directly from my computer, so it was like crystal clear. Now you're good, everyone. What's up? Yeah, everyone's like been super crazy from the storm recently, but all things considered, we have some filming to do tonight, which is going to help me relax. New Guilty Gear character came out, so I've been having fun with that. And yeah, just as long we don't lose power, as long as we don't lose power, we should be fine. But yeah, no. I'm like so excited to just like get in the zone. You're good. There's going to be so many streams, but even if you like want to go back and watch one, we have the live replay. I'm going to just turn off the light. Not going to need that. So I think we just about finished the whole tent sequence. I'm in. Okay, I'm not sharing audio from that. That's it, I'm in. Okay, so Squidward storms off into the house. Finally, the weekend. Did everyone have a good 4th of July weekend? My 4th of July was great. I stayed home and just did nothing. That's totally my style. Here. This isn't just any old weekend. This is the weekend SpongeBob and Patrick go camping. Wouldn't it be great if they got lost in the woods and never came back? We need the clip of SpongeBob and Patrick lost in the woods. Yeah, I was all partied out. I mean, it's summer anyway. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. I'm gonna turn on my audio here. Actually, I'm just gonna turn it up. Let's see what we got so far. Oh wait, actually, I forgot to do the opening ritual. Okay, wait. So before we get to any filming, this is BrickBob Films, the camping episode, day 3. Sorry, I almost forgot to use the clapperboard. I have to make use of it.
Finally, the weekend is here. And this isn't just any old weekend. This is the weekend SpongeBob and Patrick.
Videography and
Wouldn't it be great if
an
they
illustration.
got lost in the woods and never came back? Patrick, I'm scared. Ooh, that would be great. You've waited a long time for this. A soft bed.
Thank you for
warm,
suggesting I put him in jammies. It worked way better.
2 whole days with no. What the?
Thank you. Yeah, oh, Rules, thank you so much. Everyone who's in here, make sure you drop a like. It really helps.
Bob, aren't you two supposed to be camping?
We are camping.
SpongeBob, it's not camping if you're 10 feet from your house.
Oh, it doesn't matter where you are, as long as you're outdoors. While all those soft city folk are safe in their beds reading books, we're out here, pitting ourselves against the formidable forces of nature. You want to join us?
Yeah, I really want to do Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 2 and so on, because I want to do the Dirty Bubble in clay animation. That would look so cool. It would be like Mr. Magic all over again.
Okay, have fun inside.
What do you mean, have fun inside?
Just have fun inside. See you tomorrow.
Oh, fine. You little sneak. I know what you're doing.
What?
Don't think I can't see what you're doing.
Oh my gosh.
You're
The
saying I can't take it.
Wet Painters was so bizarre.
You're saying
I'll tell you about that in a sec.
Puffed. You think your little have fun inside challenge is gonna make me come camping with you. But that is never gonna happen. There is no way I'm gonna sit out here all night with you two. Look.
Oops. I accidentally went back.
Formidable force.
Used to it.
Okay, have fun inside.
That's it. I'm in.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna take the picture of him of just trying to think. Trying to think what makes most sense to do first. Also, I realized for when SpongeBob and Patrick are in the woods, I don't have any like Lego trees. I used to have them, but I have not seen one in ages. I'm gonna disassemble this because we don't need this anymore. Okay, so to answer your question, Blueberry Boy. So I talked about this I think during the Popeye stream. I talked about this in the previous stream at one point because someone did ask. So a lot of people wonder what happened to the Wet Painters episode that I made, because that was like one of my most popular episodes of BrickBob Films. And that was, I'm not kidding, that was the only video on my BrickBob Films channel that ever got taken down to the point where YouTube issued a community guideline strike on my channel. So what happened pretty much was it got taken down one day because it said that it was like harmful to people under 18. And I'm like, what? Keep in mind, it wasn't a COPPA thing. It just said that it was like it was harmful, very vague, as always. I'm gonna use brass for this part. So it got taken down, and of course, like the appeal system's like all automated. So I tried appealing and it got rejected immediately. So I did what every YouTuber does when the appeal system fails you. I went, say it with me, to Twitter. Blueberry Boy, I have no idea. So I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. So I reached out to Team YouTube on Twitter and I was like, yo, I'm pretty sure that this was I wasn't just pretty sure, I was certain that the video was taken down by mistake because the Wet Painters episode is no different than any of the other episodes of BrickBob films I made, right? Like, it's a really regular episode of BrickBob films. You know what? I think I'm gonna angle the camera up a bit because you don't need to see you don't need to see like this, behind my computer. There's nothing exciting there. But I also let me know what you guys think of this. I'm like, I don't know if you guys need to see me, like my beautiful face the entire time, but at the same time, I am talking. I feel like it's kind of weird if I'm talking the whole time and you just can barely see my face. So, yeah, I was just so confused because it was an ordinary episode of BrickBob Films. And I'm like, this has to be a mistake. So I reached out to YouTube on Twitter and they actually got back to me. Team YouTube, they were like, hey, I don't know if they gave me like an email or something, but they were like, contact us here and let's get this figured out. I'm like, oh, sweet. So I followed up with YouTube and I told them what happened. I said a video got taken down and on what grounds it was taken down. And they performed a manual review. And after that, they got back to me and they said that after manually reviewing the takedown, they were able to confirm that it was legitimate. And I was like, what? Oh my gosh. And like, here's the frustrating part about the whole thing. It wasn't that like the video stayed down. It was that YouTube supposedly manually reviewed the video, confirmed that it did offend the community guidelines, kept the video down, all of that, great. But they still never told me what specifically in the video was offensive because I wanted to know. I was like, is there something that I need to avoid doing in future videos? Like, what? I just had no clue. And no other videos ever gotten taken down. It was the most bizarre thing. Fortunately, some of you fans uploaded the video to their channels, which is great. Like, thank you for doing that, but I just could not re-upload it to my channel because I don't know what would happen if I got caught doing that, but I guarantee you it would not be a good look. You know what I mean? Yeah, if YouTube catches you like trying to get around penalties and stuff like that, that's really bad. So you don't want to mess around with that. Shoot. Wish I had trees. I don't think I think. Granted, this is like a 5 second shot, but I do wish there were trees. Just something to make it feel more claustrophobic. But yeah, yeah, just like my main takeaway is like I can live with the fact that the video got taken down. Like I can live with that. It's like, if it offended like or rather if it broke a rule, that's fine and I can adjust and do better. But the fact that like I got like I spoke to someone supposedly and they did a manual review and they were like, "Oh, it's accurate." Once again, you in terms of like what specifically about your video was violating a guideline, it's like you just have to go off the automated email, which is very vague. Oh, what can you do? But I have not had any trouble since, which is great. So, was it knock on wood? Know what people say? I'm just taking some buildings and like putting these shrubs around the camera. I don't want to see a lot of sky. I want this to look scary. Well, whether I replace any of the sets that I am using right now with the fabled new Lego SpongeBob set that's about to come out later this year or something. Oh, actually, I forgot to set the timer. It's not really a timer, it's more of a work clock. But I have to set it. Yeah, whether I replace it or not remains to be seen. So I think in the last stream, maybe the one before, we did take a look at the rumored new Patrick Lego figure. And it just like looked just weird. Like I would definitely not. I could tell you right now, I am not going to upgrade, if you can even call it that, the current Patrick figure that I'm using with that one. I definitely wouldn't. And like the Lego SpongeBob figure design, like it looks perfect, you know? I don't see how they could improve it. Good. Okay. I like the direction that we're going in here, like so far, but now I just want to make it like darker and more scary. I mean, we did it with the, what was it? The graveyard and One Crab's Trash. Super, you keep asking me about life insurance. So I haven't even seen that episode. What season's it from? Like, I'm like genuinely trying to think like what the technically newest episode of SpongeBob I've seen even is. Because I've seen the movies. Those are like kind of just something I force myself to sit through. But television is just so much more difficult because it feels way more committal. Even though there's no ongoing storyline in SpongeBob, it's like if I'm gonna watch a few episodes, I feel like I have to watch way more in order to give it like an appropriate review. I don't think I've ever seen an episode from season 10. I don't even know what season they're on. Oh, this is kind of cool. If I could get this, the sky backdrop a bit darker. Ooh, spooky. Oh, really? Oh, video game guy, thank you so much. I should get a Lego book. Oh, this is so cool. This is all jungly looking. You guys like this? I don't think the focus is like entirely there. Yo, this is like pretty sick. Buck Brothers, you're good. That is so awesome to hear that you're doing a demo reel. I'm trying to think when I made my first demo reel. I don't think I made my first demo reel until like 2025 using the footage I captured in 2024. I think that was the first time I ever did a demo reel. Yo, what's up? Welcome. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the lighter one. I've talked about this in the past, but I really, if I have to choose between having something a little bit too bright and a little bit too dark, I always go with a little bit too bright. And by bright, I mean like the exposure. Because remember, it's way preferable to darken something artificially than lighten it. Okay, so you guys are about to notice that I'm not filming this shot with the audio. The reason that I'm doing that is because I know what's going to happen. SpongeBob says a few words, two lines. I know I know how many times I have to move SpongeBob and just what's happening in the scene. So, observe. Yo, thank you guys for pulling up. No, this is great. This is a good turnout. It's been a lot of fun so far. I am saving like the work to do on the sea bear. I have not started conceptualizing it yet, but that's okay because we have a lot of just dialogue footage to get through. Just having them look around in fear. I don't I mean, I'm trying to think, like, why did I change my old Lego avatar and replace it with a new one? Just because times change. I mean, that's really it. You know, especially like when you're young, you go through like a lot of different phases of like how you want to look and stuff. But I have to say, what's like really funny about my first Lego avatar, the one that I unveiled in like 2013, Christmas 2013, when I like announced who I was to my BrickBob Films audience, the head that I chose, I think I actually still have it here. I think I do. I could go get it and show you guys, but like it's so dark and the Lego head is so small. I don't think you guys would be able to see it. But the head that I chose, it had like big sideburns. And I didn't even have sideburns at the time. I was a kid. I don't even know if I could have grown sideburns when I was a kid, or if that's more of like an adult thing. But like, what are the odds? And keep in mind, I didn't grow sideburns on purpose. I just they just grew on their own. And I guess I must have been a teenager. I looked at them and I was like, oh yeah, that's just part of my hair. So I just didn't touch them. And then people would say to me like, oh Lorenzo, your sideburns are like really sick. And then I was like, oh, sideburns? Like what is that what these are? And then last winter, I was like, you know what? Why don't I like do something a little different with my sideburns, make them a bit more distinct, a little more stylish? Because I have seen a lot of like guys sideburns or mutton chops, and a lot of them don't look good. They're like really, it's really easy to make them look ugly or just like just regular sideburns that go straight down. It's like whatever. So I wanted to do like do something that made it look more deliberate. Patrick, I'm scared. This is a good shot. Them lost in the woods. I love you two coming like into the chat and like seeing you guys talk about like your demo reels because this has like been an ongoing thing. Like I know that you guys are like working on your own animation projects. So it's like I'm like eavesdropping. I get to like hear your little progress updates. Oh wait, actually, I don't know why I did this. I might as well have just filmed in the thing. I think I'm gonna try copy and pasting. And that is at 272. That frame.
Patrick, Patrick, I'm scared.
Uh, uh,
Patrick, Patrick, I'm Patrick,
uh,
Patrick,
Just getting the timing right.
uh,
Patrick, I'm scared. Patrick. I'm scared.
272.
It's in the woods and never came back.
Patrick, I'm scared.
It's a good shot. All right, time to copy and paste all these pictures. I remembered what frame it was at. 272. That way the timing should be just right.
Ooh, that.
Great. Oh, the Lego mechanical claw. Put it on his head. Yeah, it makes sense. I think I have a black mechanical claw that I could like put on top of the plankton figure's head. I don't know. I don't mind what the Lego plankton figure looks like. I think he looks really funny. I love that he's just a cylindrical stud. I don't even know what you call that piece. But even when I was a kid, I loved that it was like, oh yeah, this is Plankton. This is accurate to his size in the show. And like, I do have that other Plankton, the one that came with that giant, like, robot SpongeBob. It was that really weird set. It was one of the first Lego SpongeBob sets. I'm all mixed up. What was the name of that set? The one with the giant SpongeBob. It was called like Build-A-Bob or something. Was that it? When I was a kid, I thought that set was really weird because when when I was a kid, I loved that the Lego SpongeBob sets were all like the main landmarks from the show. But then you just have like this giant SpongeBob doll that's also like he's got like a house on the inside. Build-A-Bob, is that it? Guess it is Build-A-Bob. And it comes with another version of Plankton. Now I did order that Plankton on eBay. It was like kind of beat up, but it works. But yeah, I was like, what's the point? Why would I want this when I could get the Krusty Krab in the chum bucket?
Camping if you're.
We're gonna do this. Yeah, so I do like that it references Plankton, but even then, if I were to remake Plankton, which was the first BrickBob Films video I ever uploaded, if I ever were to remake it, I would probably rather just like depict the inside of SpongeBob. It sounds really weird. I'd rather just depict it with clay. You know what I mean? The like spongy formations, the brain. I want to be very deliberate in how I light the scene. See how we kind of got like a warm lighting going on? There are different like beats throughout this episode, and I want the lighting to be very aware of like, oh, this scene's very relaxed. This one's comedic. This one's scary. Doesn't have to be crazy. Just a little just has to be intentional. Oh, the 10. This was the best that I could do. I have these two pieces. I'm actually cheating right now because this gray piece I'm holding is a Mega Bloks. I know. I have some I have some Mega Bloks SpongeBob pieces. And the reason that I have it to begin with is because what I did was when I ordered the Doodle Bob figure, it was part of a lot. This guy that was selling it like didn't know what he had because the Doodle Bob figure is like rare. So I just ordered all of it because I wanted the Doodle Bob figure. I don't know where the pull is. It wasn't. I would have to look how much I spent on it, but It wasn't a lot considering the rarity of it. This this Imaginext Man Ray that I ordered was definitely more. I can't wait to use this. Ah, I can't wait. But we're just not there yet. That's just always been the frustration of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episodes that they're numbered, even though there's not like a chronological, like, there's not a story. And I've talked about this, but not every episode of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy is created equal. I mean, like what do you call it? Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy is not an actual show. I just mean like every SpongeBob episode with Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy in the title. 2 is like just fine in my opinion. 3 is really good. 4, I don't like 4. I'm sorry. I just like I like the scene with Patrick like playing with Squidward, but just the rest of the episode is just not great. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 5 is really good. That's a really good one. Yeah, the first Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, I'm not really into. It establishes Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy in the SpongeBob universe, but I don't know. And SpongeBob and Patrick's affinity, like their "oh, I'm your biggest fan" type vibe. But yeah, the episode itself is just like kind of whatever. And I'm not a fan of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 2 that much, but at least it has the dirty bubble. Like, come on. Yeah, the reason that I used the Duplo whale for Pearl is because if possible, I like to use like an actual toy for the character to kind of keep that consistency of like, oh yeah, this is a show where I'm bringing toys to life and reenacting SpongeBob. Because I I just find it really distracting when someone tries to do a custom figure and it just really doesn't look good. It takes me out. Now, if I'm able to do something with like my clay animation that Legos can't, because that is a skill that I have that's unique to me, like Hibernation Sandy or Mr. Magic, I'll go for it. But for what would be demanded of me to make like Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 3, all those interactions with Man Ray, it just would be way, way preferable to do him as a figure. I got really lucky with finding that Imagine X figure of him on eBay. I'm going to tone down these lights a bit just so it's not like burning our retinas. Oh, I don't know what the light just did. Hello? Thanks, man. Yeah, after like so many years of not knowing how to light animation and just being totally oblivious, I really wanted to prove that like, okay, now I'm going to show like it's time to flex what I've learned. So one of the reasons that I chose to do One Crab's Trash was because I specifically wanted to do an episode that had nighttime lighting and where I could like really flex it. And it was great. So we're kind of, oh yeah, look at that. Look how beautiful this is. Looks like they're in a jungle. This looks like the episode Club SpongeBob. Work with me. Like the colors are there, just the intensity is too high. Because I like to use these for adding color to a scene, but not necessarily to like light up a character's face. Hey, thank you so much, man. Thanks for joining in. I don't think we've seen you here before. I'm I'm liking the blue sky, like the really like the dark blue sky. I'm kind of vibing with it. I think the right coming in from the light I'm getting my words mixed up. The one on the right, it's just a little bit too much. I don't know why you just decided to change color. Weird. This actually doesn't look bad. Okay, the light is just doing things on its own, which is a no-no. I think I just have to replace this light, honestly. Because this light is very old. It was a hand-me-down. I just needed one, but I don't like that I have to use this remote. It's very tedious, but also the base is extremely light, so it falls over extremely easily, which is just really annoying. Like this is a pretty shot, but the this looks more like a horror. Yeah, more like a horror movie. Maybe I'll maybe I'll get rid of this. One second. I want to try something. Work with me. We're gonna make this warm. Contrasts well with the blue. Where am I getting this texture? Where's that coming from? Oh, this is pretty good light. Oh, have to add the fireplace. Don't want to forget that. It could be bad. I think this will do. This is going to be such a fun video. It's such a good episode. Yeah, that's where the Oh, if only I had another red plate. Oh well. You're always like working with what you have, you know? And that's just how it always is. That's one of the reasons I like working with clay like better because you don't have to buy like all of these, what is it, like incidental, like trivial pieces that you might use like once every blue moon. I wish I could get just a little bit of light for the fire. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that. I don't think I have a light that can achieve that. I want to just close that off a little bit. Hmm. Oh, I think that weird texture in the sky is being reflected back from the Lego board. I think that's what it is. Oh, we love Legos, don't we?
And
Yeah, what do you guys think of the lighting so far? Yeah, I don't think. Dude, I wish I had those like those red light up bricks. Actually, I think I might have them. I just don't have batteries. I think that's it. Might be too strong anyway.
if you're camping, if you're
And we're off.
pretend, pretend, pretend,
Yeah, it looks good. Flows well.
not camping if you're 10 feet from your house.
When does it start? 778.
You're 10.
It's certainly lighting. It's certainly an improvement over whatever I was doing when I was 13. I need to do a YouTube video entire like just all about just lighting homemade animated films. Like I got to do that because a lot of these techniques that I'm doing, I promise you are not like it's not rocket science. And I wish that I did this years ago.
10, 10,
I don't know what that is. The lighting was like flickering.
10, 10. You're 10 feet from your house. From your house. House.
Yeah, it just, I think I'd have a lot of fun making a video just talking about lighting homemade animated films. I can show you guys like the techniques that I learned, what I started implementing, what I've taught to my students. Like it could just, I think it could be a lot of fun. Granted, I'd have to edit it, which I hate. I hate editing footage of me talking. It just feels like narcissistic, you know?
Your house.
Yeah, because like lighting is one of the easiest things that you can fix.
Your house.
And especially because it's stop motion. It's like one of the most important, fundamental, but also fun things that you can do in stop motion.
Your house. House. Your house.
Oh,
Your house.
oh, it does.
From your house.
Oh, oh, it does.
Your house.
Oh, it doesn't matter where you are, as long as you're outdoors. While all those soft city folk are safe in their beds reading books, we're out here pitting our. What?
I can't. Your
Okay, I think we only have one more shot.
with you. But that
I think that's it.
fuck. Man.
Yeah, that's it. He just runs inside. And we're on to our next scene. But yeah, so nah. Like what's cool about lighting, of course, sometimes like if necessary, you might want to move set pieces around, maybe try a different composition, put the camera somewhere different. But with one shot, without moving the puppets, without moving where the camera is, hold on a second. Like cord is pinned. Oh, that's better. Like without moving any of those things, you can get like so much variation, and there's so many different ways that you can change the mood of a shot just by tweaking the light a little bit. So the fire, good question. The fire is going to be implemented in post. I'm going to do a 2D animation of the fire and implement it in post. It's just going to look better. It may break the whole Lego aesthetic a bit, but it's going to be much more brighter and more prominent and visible on screen than if I did the Lego fire. But also, if I were to do the Lego fire, it needs to, unless I have a dedicated light for the fire, it's not going to show up enough, I don't think. I'm going to move the light a little bit. Yes, the sea bear is going to be clay. I'm really excited to work on the sea bear. And that's going to be done on stream. Actually, you know what? I think the shot would be funnier if we had it like from the perspective of the tent. Almost like we're SpongeBob and Patrick. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to achieve the sea bear yet, or how it's even going to work. Because it's such a small set. But you know what? That's the fun of it. And it's not going to be as complicated and spectacular as the hibernation Sandy sequence. Like from a filming perspective, it should be way easier. So it's like I'm just I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. But it's going to look good. I can't wait to see a clay sea bear come to life. Because one of the most disappointing parts about the original... Oh, wait. Life of Crime? Oh, okay. Well, I'll answer your question in just a sec. one of the most disappointing parts I think about the original version that I made in like 2015 was like the sea bear. It was just like a really lame representation. Like we need to do better. Okay, let's change that a little bit. Because you can see where the backdrop is ending. What did I do for Life of Crime? I remember getting like a smoke graphic, but I don't remember what the fire looked like. So the thing about Life of Crime was when I was making Life of Crime, I did not have an iPad. So I got an iPad when I started making BrickBob Films episodes again last year. And the reason that I got it was because I needed a quick and easy, really fast way to be able to create 2D animations and graphics from scratch. I just I couldn't do that before, and I always had to like find just random stuff online. But I didn't like that I was using animation that first of all was more or less stock. Second, it would clash with the visuals I had on screen. And third, it's not something that I made. It's something that's stock. Might as well be stock footage. I just no. I wanted to implement my personality onto it. You need to focus there. Shoot. We're not in macro mode, which is why I can't pull the focus close enough. I'm gonna have to bring the camera back a little bit. And if I am at 50 millimeters, then I can enter macro mode. There it is. Hmm. Yeah, you see that? Camera's further away. Granted, I did zoom, but look at the shine on that door. My God. That's good. If I obsess over every shot, like we'll be going forever. Like that's the thing. There's so much dialogue, so much runtime for animation. Sometimes you just have to keep going. Kind of like the Popeye project, there's probably going to be a couple streams where I'm just sitting at my desk and playing with clay for a few hours, making all of the assets for the sea bear. And the sea rhinoceros.
Ouch. Ouch.
Not gonna lie, I like hate animating the Lego walks. You know, where you put one foot in front of the other. The Lego walk cycle, we've all done it. I hate doing that. That feels like an eternity. I much prefer to just do this. It's goofier, it's sillier.
So,
I feel like this is an episode of SpongeBob where they got the whole SpongeBob annoying Squidward dynamic down really good because some of the later seasons of SpongeBob, and by later I mean like seasons, I don't know, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, the ones that I watched as a kid, some of those seasons just went way too far. I remember people used to call them Squidward torture, PORN. And I would say that those are accurate. Like Slide Whistle Stooges, Good Neighbors. Are You Happy Now? Oh, it was such a bad episode. I remember being shocked seeing that episode when I was a kid. Squid's Visit is like a nightmarish episode. That's like a horror movie.
you can't. I'll show you can't. I'm in. Ouch. In. I'll show you. Show you.
Need a little bit more time. So the campfire song, I think I'm gonna film the campfire song last because in the actual episode, there's like all these bright, colorful backdrops and stuff like that as SpongeBob singing. When I made this episode originally, like in 2014 or 15, probably 15, I just filmed everything like on Con Street, SpongeBob and Patrick and Squidward's like neighborhood. But I think I'm gonna make it a bit more true to the original episode. But first, I want to film everything on this set first. Then, once everything is filmed except for the campfire song, I'm gonna make it more colorful, more elaborate, more abstract.
Can't.
Yeah, I don't remember what the fire looked like in Life of Crime. Like, here's the thing: even if I use a stock effect, like no one really cares. No one cared for Survival of the Idiots, and that video turned out great. But just the way I do things now, oh man, I I hate to say this, everyone, but I don't think I'm ever gonna do Band Geeks again. And not because I think it's a bad episode or I don't like it or I don't want to remake it. I would totally like I'd be down to remake it, but unfortunately, it's one of those episodes where like the whole episode's really good, but The ultimate climax, of course, is Sweet Victory. But that's a copyrighted song. You know, there's nothing I can do. Like, what can I do? It's a copyrighted song. So that means if I were to make it, it would be so much work for basically for free, and I can't do that. If you want to watch, why did Squidward's house have to move? It like something's going on here. Freaking Legos, I swear. If you want to see Band Geeks, just watch the original on BrickBob Films. I know it's rough, but oh, actually, you can also watch the Band Geeks reanimated collab I was in. That was a good video. But yeah, watch those two things if you want to see Band Geeks. But I don't think I will ever make that episode again. Probably not. Simply because of the issue of the copyrighted music. I don't think I'm going to be able to fix Squidward's house. It like moved on its own. You guys saw that happen, right? I didn't touch it. It just moved. Oh, this is so annoying. Okay. I think I'm just going to have to commit to it, honestly. I think I just have to commit to it.
Camping.
Yeah, it's a shame. Band Geeks is a really, really good episode. Oh, you know what? Another thing that you could watch to get your Band Geeks fix is if you watch the finale to the original, like, Goodbye to BrickBob Films that I made in November 2016, I made a Sweet Victory music video. So if you want to see I guess a newer version of Sweet Victory that's not the one in the episode, like, just watch that. Yeah, Squidward's house was like, it was sort of locked into the base plate, but not really. And then it just popped out, and I couldn't get it to pop back in the same way. But watch this. I kind of went along with it.
So you camping. So you camping. You camping. 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 Big. Big.
It's a little choppy.
Camping. Camping.
Yeah, it's a little choppy for my taste.
Camping.
This looks a little bit weird because the house starts moving
Camping.
like before he gets in, but I think we just have to go with it. I could reshoot it and I'm sure it would be like 5% better, but just gotta keep going. I think that's it. We got all the footage for the opening. 1, 2.
In Patrick go.
Let's go camping. Oop. Us in the woods. Got all that footage. We have the whole dialogue sequence.
Saying I'm.
Squidward's monologue.
Have fun inside.
That's it. I'm in.
Have fun inside.
That's it. I'm in. I'll show you camping.
And the lighting looks good. I like the mixture of the blue and the orange light. But yeah, okay, everyone, congratulations. So, here's what's going on. We just finished our first segment of the episode. This is about 2,000 frames. Oh, 1,851, but that's fine. So as you can see here, the audio file has ended. So that means we're done. Took a little bit longer. Took hour to shoot those two scenes. Three shots. But anyway, we're now ready to move on to the next one. So we're gonna keep moving along. So I am going, just bear with me for a second. Dragon frame, I'm gonna close that for a sec. We have a completed shot. Boom. And we're going to start take 2. Boom, boom. We are going to add the audio. Frame scenes, camping episode audio 2, put it in there. Take 1. Import audio. And there we go. Yeah. Look at that. It says right here, 1 minute and 59 seconds. Now we have it here in the program. 1 minute and 59 seconds equates to 1786 frames. Yeah, I mean, like, think about this. So, the episode's going to come out and everyone will be able to enjoy it. But just to think that forever, everyone can watch the video be made forever. It's all of this is going to stay on YouTube. I love that. Like these are chapters in the history of my little animation production house. And you guys are here seeing it happen in person. No, you're good, man. I didn't post for a few days because we had the holiday weekend. So, weekends in general, I usually hang out with my friends on the weekends, so I don't I don't know if I'm gonna have regular streams on the weekends, but it'll probably happen like I'll do a spontaneous stream every now and again. Well, I wanted to make sure that I had at the very least like consistent streams on Monday and Wednesday, you know? Okay, so we are on day 3 of filming the first episode of BrickBob Films for the 2026 season, the camping episode. So I actually made this episode when I was like 13 or something. And we are giving it a new treatment. It's a Lego animated film, runtime of 10 to 14 minutes, 15 minutes. It's going to have a clay animation sea bear. It's just such a classic episode of SpongeBob. But yeah, you're familiar with BrickBob films, right, man? You love the tent? The tent looks all right. Like it's not a proper like it's not a Lego tent, but you just have to work with what you have, right? Patrick like Patrick doesn't say too much in this episode. he's more like supporting, like backup for SpongeBob. Yeah, so it is not easy. It's really not easy to combine like detailed clay animation with Lego. There are people that use clay in their Lego animated films all the time. Like that's common, but as you guys know, I specialize in clay animation. There's not it's more niche. It's a more niche look for stop motion, but I specialize in it. And over the past few years, I've been I made a lot of progress in like really combining clay animation with Lego animation. Now, because Legos are just so small, like Lego figures, there are a lot of there's like a lot of trickery, like visual trickery that you have to do, and just there are little adaptations that you have to make in order to make it work. So, oh man, I I have to re-upload that video, The Making of Survival of the Idiots. It was originally uploaded to BrickBob Films, where I just kind of go over the making of the video. I made the video in like 2022. It's pretty old. But I want to re-upload it here, or at least remake it. But in that video, I talked about all the little things I had to do to make that film work. Because when you're trying to have detailed clay animation, stop motion puppets integrate, when you're trying to marriage it with Legos that are just so small and so different aesthetically, I had to like invent a lot of techniques. I like this lighting. I might expose a little bit more. And I don't think it will mess with the saturation. Yeah, that's the thing about me. I love colorful animation. Oh, that's way better. Yeah. Always like something a little bit too much than not enough. It's way easier to darken something in post. Hello? Oh, you couldn't find it? Yeah, no, I unlisted it. There's a reason I unlisted it. It was a sponsored video. So I had a sponsorship, like a brand sponsorship for that video. But I realized that the BrickBob the BrickBob Films channel being what it is and the audience demographics being what they are, I realized that I wasn't sure if it would be a smart idea to start introducing brand sponsorships. That I would do here, possibly, but not on BrickBob Films. I don't know. Maybe I'll do more personality driven content on BrickBob Films someday, but I always said that like I wanted to kind of keep myself and BrickBob Films like separated. I had been working on like merging my presence on social media, something I talked about last year. But for now, I'm just trying to stick with the highly produced Lego SpongeBob episode remakes for BrickBob Films.
Squidward, Squidward, Squidward,
Oh, it looks like some of the. Did you hear that? Looks like it got cut off.
Squidward, Squidward's gonna come.
Yeah, it was ClickBot. It was the funniest thing. What happened was like they reached out to me and they were like, "Hey, we're a company that represents company that's representing ClickBot or something like that." And we were wondering if you want to do a brand sponsorship on your channel, and I'm like, "Oh, okay." And like I'm like, "Okay, this is probably a scam." And then they're like, "Okay, blah 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 blah." And then they're like, "Okay, so if you can just send us like a shipping address where we can like send you the product and you can review it, we can get this underway." I'm like, "Okay." And I provided them a secure like address that they could ship to. And then I just went on with my life. And then one day, like I checked the box and they did deliver a ClickBot to me. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess this is legit. I guess I'll make the video integration now.
Camping with us. Squidward's gonna come camping with us.
I cannot contain my excitement. Where's my water? ClickBot with a C, not a K. But yeah, ClickBot. Thanks, Jacob. Yeah, the episode's going to be great. This is going to be a really great video. But I'm just like, this is my second time making an animated project on stream entirely, and my first time doing an episode of BrickBob Films. So I'm just so glad that like that we're doing this together because it's not just me anymore. Hmm. Favorite character to voice? Plankton. Plankton's a lot of fun. Patrick is like the most comfortable character to voice because you make his voice you just go super low and it's like really easy on all the components that you use to support your voice. Squidward's a lot of fun too. Bro, why is there like a fly in here right now? I swear. The last stream that we did, the first one. Give me a sec. Boom. Had to turn on my trap. Squidward is a lot of fun to voice. I said it in the Q&A. Yeah, I buy that. One of my favorite to voice. Actually, it's funny that you bring this up about the voice acting. So here's a little never before told story germane to BrickBob Films. In 2019, when I was considering making more episodes of BrickBob Films, this was after I this was after I made that shot for the SpongeBob Band Geeks reanimated collab when I did that Lego shot, and I talked about this, like, making that shot for the Band Geeks reanimated collab. That was like the moment that inspired me to come back to making episodes of BrickBob Films. Like, it gave me the confidence and it sparked my curiosity. I was like, oh, wait a minute. Maybe there's some potential here. So I was playing around with photographing my BrickBob Films stuff with my new camera at the time. It wasn't that new, it was a couple years old. And I I was nervous about doing the SpongeBob voices again. Because keep in mind, I hadn't done it in like 2.5 years. So I was like, oh, well, maybe I can't do it anymore. Maybe, maybe I can't, maybe I don't have it in me. Maybe I can't voice the characters like I used to. Like maybe I don't have it. I was so insecure and self-conscious. So the episode that I recorded first, the first episode that I recorded coming back to the show was Walking Small. Yeah, so I recorded the lines for Walking Small before recording the lines for Big Pink Loser or for Sandy's Rocket. And the reason that I did that episode first was because Plankton, he's the first character, he's like the first character that talks in the episode. And I just felt the most comfortable voicing him because I felt like, oh, well, Plankton Plankton doesn't have to sound cute and happy and bubbly like SpongeBob. Like I don't know, he's got like a deeper voice. He's more flowery in the way he speaks, and just like he was the character that I was the most comfortable voicing coming back to the show. So I did that first, and yeah, I just kind of rolled with it. Oh, he has to like get crushed. God dang it! I have to give him like a huge backpack. I think maybe the hardest scene that I just ever made in all of BrickBob films, just the hardest anything that I made, period, it must have been the fight sequence from One Crab's Trash. I think that was it. Like off the top of my head, if I just had to think, what was the hardest thing that I ever made for BrickBob films, even harder than Survival of the Idiots? I mean, it would definitely be one crab's trash. Keep in mind, for survival of the idiots, I was creating detailed mouth animation for Sandy. That was no walk in the park. Mr. Magic was way easier because, you know, I just filmed him top down on a sheet of glass. He's a 2D head. I mean, it's clay pieces, but, you know, he's a 2D head. Like, it just, like, I'm just moving shapes around. That's what it feels like. Not the, I'm describing this horribly, but I think just the most complicated anything. Oh, one second. Oh, I dropped a barrel. Just the most complicated anything I ever made for BrickBob Films was the one crab's trash fight sequence. That was just ridiculous. As for what inspired me to come back to BrickBob Films, it was I've talked about this on stream before. It was I made I made a scene for the the Band Geeks Reanimated collab. Came out in like 2019. I think the guy hosting it, like the reason that he was making it was because he wanted to do like tribute to Steven Hillenburg, who had passed away the previous like November or December or something. And for a shot, I did a clay animation Squidward, which was great, but the first shot that I got was it was a like barely barely 3 seconds. It was so short. And I remember thinking, I was like, well, I don't want to make a clay puppet for no dialogue and like really, really, really short scene. So what can I do? So then I was like, well, why don't I bust out my Lego SpongeBob stuff? Because I still have all of it. I hadn't used it in years, but I just took it all out and put them all in just rows. And that was like my first time seeing all of my Lego SpongeBob toys on my DSLR camera. And it just like it was like a 1 second loop. It was such a short animation. I just looped it like yeah, just looped it a few times, maybe twice, maybe a bit more. But when I made that and I just saw all the characters on camera and I saw how different the animation looked, it might have been 15, I think it might have been 24 frames per second. Just seeing what it looked like on camera and how much different it was a really shocking moment where I was like, wow, I've really evolved in the past few years. Like this looks nothing like my old episodes of BrickBob Films. And it really made me think like, man, if I made an episode of BrickBob Films now, what would it look like? And even then, this episode that I'm making right now looks way different, way, way different from what I was making in 2019. Yeah, backpack's big. It's all being held together with clay. Hopefully it keeps. You work with what you have. Always. Pulling focus a bit. Oh, I don't have the reef blower. That's a smart decision though. I never got that set.
Now, I'll show. Now I'll show.
Well, a lot of the sets that I'm filming with, these are the ones I've had since I was a little kid. I can't even believe it. It's insane. It is ludicrous how long I have had these sets. These are the ones that I got when I was a little kid. Maybe I replaced the Krusty Krab at one point. But yeah, this Con Street, these are the ones that this is all the stuff that I had as a kid. I did buy the second Krusty Krab at one point. And, oh, I did buy, last year I bought the Bikini Bottom Express, the, like, submarine bus. I did buy that last year. It wasn't much. Yeah, I record first, then film. Contrary to how I started out. If you want to do like dialogue, heavy stuff, I mean, or if you want to get more serious about your stop motion filmmaking, I would say, I would recommend having audio first because that's more akin to what they're doing in the industry, you know?
Now I'll show you how a real. Now I'll show you how a real. How a real. Now I'll show you how a real.
Oh yeah, so to answer your question, like, did they cost a lot? Like, I don't really even remember how much they costed because like a lot of them my mom bought me. Yeah, someone explained to me how like Squidward, he has this entire like giant, large, elaborate backpack, but he didn't bring the can opener for his Swedish barnacle balls. Ugh, wait. Man, I have a lot of fond memories of filming Survival of the Idiots. I remember just like that was. I'm trying to think if I had ever implemented clay animation effects into BrickBob films to that at that scale before. I think that was like the dream. That was like one of the dream episodes for me to make because obviously I'd made it already, but because I had this skill set with clay animation that I developed over years, I was able I felt like I was able to fulfill the vision that 13-year-old me couldn't, you know? Huh, I just realized I have the backpack kind of close to the fire. Oh well, we'll make do. I don't know how many green, like, bikini bottom fish minifigures I have. Maybe three? 3 to 5? I don't think five, maybe three. And it looks like he gets flattened.
Real, real.
Yo, thanks, man. Like, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I Even though the animations that I made when I was 13 and published to YouTube, even though they were rough, they're not going to win any festivals. They're or today. Even though they are clearly, there was so much that I had to improve on. Here's the thing. Even if you have a lot of stuff that you clearly need to improve on, there is the element of enthusiasm that comes with like making a film. Like making a film's like a most impractical bet. It is so hard. It's so strenuous. It's probably not going to come out good. Probably not. Personally, I find animation easier than live action. Personally, you do not have to agree. I always hear like people say like, "Oh, I couldn't do animation. That's like way too hard. It takes way too much time." I think that animation's so much easier. Live action filmmaking just looks like so crazy. But like, yeah, like I can when I watch an animation that I make now that I just finished and watch something that I made when I was 8 years old, even though there is a big disparity, like a big difference in quality, the I can look at it and be like, yep, that enthusiasm has not changed one bit. You know what I mean? There's so many layers, like emotional layers to it. It's like watching a kid grow up. It's like watching your child grow up. It's like, wow. Doesn't look the same. Like whether your kid's like 5 years old or 20, it's like, okay, it doesn't look the same, but it's like it is that same little spark is still there. This is coming from someone who does not have kids, but like, use your imagination. Paint a picture with your words, you know? If I made Cousin Stanley, I don't know, maybe I'd just like God, a Lego Cousin Stanley would look so weird. It'd look weird, but I would just kind of have to put like SpongeBob's head like on top of a Lego torso. 1 second. We're gonna make him right now. Just need the right piece. Bro, it was right here. Yeah, here. All right, so it would look like this. Wait, hold on. I'm just gonna show you on camera. It'd look like this. Like his head would be on top like that. Very bizarre. Give him like a shirt and long pants. Ooh, he'd be like freakishly tall. Cousin Stanley, such a weird episode.
Out, out, out.
Is that a good enough visual for you? Did I, can you see the vision?
Endorsement,
Oh my God.
endorse.
That's not what we want. It's just easier to show you guys on the set than on this camera.
Endorsement.
Yo, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we are on day 3. Check back in like 3 months. I'm gonna be like, day 15. Give it up for day 15. KRABBYPATTY says I.
Doesn't. Endorsement doesn't.
I'm digging the light. This is the vision. You know, we got the blue tinge to everything, and then we have the warmth in the middle.
It doesn't.
Are you Liquid, are you talking about those like those Microsoft Paint abominations that like I used to do in my footage?
Doesn't.
Yeah, I got really into that at one point, like particularly during 2016 BrickBob films. That was a weird era. I remember Wet Painters had a lot of it. If you go find Wet Painters, you'll see it. I went too far. They're pretty hideous looking. But that's the thing, like that animation program that I used, it was just it had everything that you needed to play around with all things animation. Well, I'm glad you enjoy it. I was actually very concerned when I started animating in this program, Dragon Frame, in 2016. I was really concerned because there's no option to draw on your footage, like on the animation footage. You can draw, like watch this. Hold on a second. See this? Wee! See that? Wait, how do I make it go away? Wait, hold on a second. I can have thick lines? Wait. Oh wait, nah, nah. If you guys are chatting, you can already see this. No. Yeah, so you can draw on the screen You can do a whole bunch of things with these like drawing layers. It's another tool, but when you export the footage, this is not going to be here, you know?
Does it?
What did I use before stop motion? Well, when I was really, really, really little, I was a big fan of like puppetry and puppeteering. But when I discovered what stop motion was, I was like blown away because I was like, oh wow, this is like pretty much like the same thing as puppeteering, except, you're no hands. I would not say that puppeteering and animation, stop motion or whatever, are the same thing because I feel like to be like a good puppeteer, you're really a performer. Like you're acting, you're reacting. Oh, puppeteering is like such an amazing, yeah, like under underappreciated art form. Like working on something like that Dark Crystal show that came out on Netflix. Oh, that's like that's one of those shows where I'll like watch it and I'm like, I want to do that. I want to do this. What do I have to do to work in this?
Here, here, here it doesn't. Here it, here we are. Endorsement doesn't. Here we are.
You thought my hand was invisible? So actually get this. Before I made I'm trying to think what the first episode of BrickBob Films was. So the first one that I ever made, period, that was in our closet. That was BrickBob Films Rock Bottom. I made it when I was like 8 or something. I was crazy young. So that was the first one that I ever made, and that was stop motion. So I think it must have been at some point before then. I I like what I did was I had my setup, my Lego SpongeBob World setup, and I asked my grandfather if he could come over and like film me recreating an episode of SpongeBob using my figures one day. I asked if he could come over and help me with that, and he did. And I remember after that, I was like, I wasn't satisfied. I didn't like that I was, it was like me stumbling over my words and that you could see my hand. I felt that my hand, like seeing my hand moving the figures, I thought that it broke the immersion. And it was after that I decided to try doing an episode in stop motion animation.
My,
And the rest is history because once I made my first episode with stop motion, I never went any other way.
my remote control.
I don't know if you guys can notice this, but for this shot right here, I decreased the depth of field by opening up my aperture, which lightened up the shot a bit. I can darken this in post, but I also had to like drastically reduce the shutter speed time. So if I took it at the shutter speed that we were using before, it would be way too exposed. But we're not shooting this with a really big aperture. I like to have more depth of field. Really shallow depth of field. That's like more of like a cinematic thing, but I want more focus. Yo, thanks for dropping in, man.
Controls.
And look at this.
Assembling tent.
We're already 300 frames in. I'm digging this light. That glare is really annoying, though. So, oh, well, there it goes. Yeah, the base on this light is hollow. You guys see this? It's nothing. It's just hollow, and there's a bolt at the bottom. It tips over like something that tips over very easily. I'm trying to think. I don't know. A bunch of broccoli or a sack of potatoes or something. What tips over very easy? Um, I mean, hmm. There were YouTubers that inspired me to make Lego SpongeBob episodes. It wasn't like there was just one guy that like really inspired me. So growing up in, YouTube was very different back then. A lot of homemade content, a lot of animation. I just watched a lot of animation, like stop motion, like stuff on YouTube, like wherever I could find it. A lot of homemade films. But there was one YouTube channel called Rob and Jake. And what they did was they made like their own Lego SpongeBob short films with their own like plots and everything. And they filmed using the actual Lego SpongeBob sets. They even made some custom sets, like they did custom set building animation videos. They were really cool. Yeah, they were like weirdly high production value for the time. I'm guessing that it was like one of the guys working on it must have had some editing experience because like the editing was like surprisingly good for the time. Nowadays, like having crazy editing is like very common on YouTube, high production value, but back then if you had edits that went beyond like speeding up footage or slowing it down or I don't know, applying a filter, it was like, whoa, it was big. But yeah, so I knew that there were like, I guess what you could say is that when I was a kid, I recognized that there was like a gap in the market for Lego SpongeBob content because what happened was there were a lot of people making Lego SpongeBob videos using stop motion and their Lego SpongeBob sets.
Yeah. What?
But what I really wanted was to see Lego SpongeBob videos that were based on my favorite episodes of SpongeBob.
What? What?
Like I wanted to see all the episodes that I made. Those were YouTube videos that I wanted to see, you know? Yeah, so the funny thing is about Robin Jake's channel was when I established the BrickBob Films YouTube channel, they had uploaded their recent video like a few months ago, maybe a month, maybe a couple months. And I remember thinking like, oh, they'll probably post again soon. I hope they post again soon because I'm making videos now and, we'll be making them like at the same time. They never uploaded again. So, yeah, it's weird. It was a good channel, but like they stopped, and then I started. Oh, there's a bit of dust in Squidward. You know, I actually, Liquid, I did like a little joke. I don't even know why I did this. Oh yeah, now I remember why. I did a joke when I made BrickBob Films' Life of Crime. It must have been a remake. Made it a couple years ago. When Patrick says, "Oh, and we can fly." I did like live action footage where SpongeBob's like, "Yeah," and I pulled him by a string and I pulled him off the table. No, I've never played around the clock. Yeah, Rob and Jake, it was oh, hey, thanks man. Thanks for coming by. Good to have you here. Godzilla fan. Yeah, so it was like I remember looking at the bio for the channel and it said it was like a dad and his son making the channel. Maybe the dad had some like video editing experience, but check out those videos. They have like surprisingly really good editing for the time. Yeah, like it wasn't just like the little visual effects they had for to accompany the animation. It was one of those Lego animation channels that had like digitally imposed mouth animations onto like the characters. Those I have never done that for Lego characters. Like I remember seeing that as a kid and being like, "Oh, this is beyond. This is so beyond me." You know? I just wanted to do the animation. Oh, definitely, Clay. You know it. I did that episode already. Yeah. If I remade it like people no, it would be Clay. That could be a fun episode. It's not like I don't dislike the episode. It's just like it's not one that I'm dying to remake. Like that's the thing. It's that so many people ask me to make episodes, which is great. I love to see that like that engagement and people want to see videos get made. But like it takes a lot of like gut instinct to say, "Oh yeah, this is going to be the episode that I'm going to make right now," you know? Because there's so many good episodes and I can't possibly make them all, you know? Oh dear. I can't. Depth of field difference isn't that huge. just animating right now, hearing the camera shutter click in the program and hearing the rain outside. It's so zen. Just me and the set. People say that there's like a runner's high when you're like going for a run and then like the endorphins kick in or some shit. So I have like the animation high where I'm like, I'm fully immersed in the process. I think I'm gonna play around with the exposure for this like electric thing. What I do here, this is like what I did with Squid Bob. Like mess around with the exposure. It's so annoying. I don't know why that turns on. Do I have my flashlight? I have like a, what do you call it? Like a UV flashlight. Use in videos sometimes. Oh, it feels good to crouch. Ooh. How it is. When you do this long enough, you accumulate so many gadgets. I don't even know if this is going to show up. Let's see. Yeah, a little bit, a little bit. Thank you for the hearts. Stupid strap. My big ass hand won't fit. All right. Just kind of making this up as I go. Oh, I can't see. I can't see. That's a good episode. I don't know if I would make it though, because once again, there's that issue of there being like one of the defining moments of the episode is a copyrighted song. You know what I mean? I mean, unless I sang it myself, but who wants to hear that? Right? Yeah, it looks good. It looks pretty good. Also, couple in with the fact that that's like a 20-minute long episode, you know? That's a good episode, but like, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of, once again, there's just so many little intricacies that like so many little gut reactions that have to happen at once for you to say like, oh yeah, this needs to be stop motion. That is a good episode though. Like I feel like something like if I had to do a 20-minute episode, something like Dunces and Dragons would be way more visually exciting, stylistically exciting, like, you know, that's how I feel. Yeah, what made me go with the camping episode was, for one thing, it's the whole episode takes place more or less on one set. So that made it like it makes it really easy to get into the flow of like, oh yeah, pulling out all my stuff, getting ready to film again, don't have to have a lot of different sets. But yeah, it's just like it's a classic episode. People ask for it, and even though the setting is very ordinary, it's just the like three characters on Conch Street. There's the whole sea bear sequence. So I'm like, okay, this is like filming a regular episode of SpongeBob, but at the same time, there is that opportunity to add clay animation and do those effects. Because something that I deliberately wanted to do for BrickBob films moving forward is more clay animation effects. Because those episodes like consistently do better than ones that don't have clay animation effects. Which is fine with me because I want to be doing more clay animation effects. When I was reviewing my demo reel footage at the start of this year, and I was looking through everything that I did, I was like, yeah, I want to be doing more of some of the stuff that I did in Squid Bob Tentacle Pants and Mr. Magic, Hocus Pocus, you know? Oh, thank you. Yeah, the tent. trying to see how I can make this pop look good. I don't know if I'll do a storyboard, but I think I am gonna like draw like concepts for like what the sea bear is gonna look like. I'll try and put it on like my Patreon. But yeah, just something to think like, okay, how do I want to film this? What do I want it to look like? Because if I can't make a good sea bear that's gonna fit on the set with the Lego characters, then I may have to film the sea bear on his own and composite him in post, like I did with Mr. Magic. You know what I mean? There's a bit of dust right here. Dang it. Also, this Lego piece is really dirty. I don't like that. It's not right. Yeah, in some of my old episodes of BrickBob films, like the Legos would get like really dusty and dirty. Should have been ashamed of myself. I was a slob. Nowadays, I actually last year I spent several days just cleaning everything, looking for bits of dirt, dusting my Legos. Yeah, when I think about like growing up with old YouTube, it was really inspiring because you knew like a lot of the stuff that you watched was very homemade. Nowadays, like YouTube stuff is very like highly produced and stuff like that. But I think watching things on YouTube, earlier YouTube, that were clearly homemade, it made me inspired to be like, oh wait, I can make something like this too. If Rob and Jake can do it, whoever Rob and Jake even are, why can't I? If the guy that makes Clay World can make his thing, why can't I? I just remember seeing stuff like Clay World, for example, and laughing so hard and just thinking like I would do anything to have my own animated show. And it's like it's very, what is it? It's like a prophecy, prophetic, if that's even a word. It is very prophetic because ultimately I did have my own show with an audience of people that were looking forward to seeing the new video come out every week. Like I did do it. It just so happened to be based on SpongeBob SquarePants, you know? And it's interesting to see how the show like continues to evolve to the point where we're making videos on stream. Okay, so there's a shot here of SpongeBob and Patrick talking. Now, if I was a little kid, I would have filmed that, but something that I do, especially for a show like BrickBob Films, where there's a lot of like shot, reverse shot, back and forth photography, I don't want to have to keep moving my camera over and over and setting up again. So what I'm doing here is I just skipped ahead to Squidward's next lines. I'm just going to film it now. Check it out. Then I can film, like this way I can just film all of Squidward shots consecutively and just save myself, save myself a whole lot of time and energy. I I can smell dinner downstairs. I'm not gonna eat now. I'm gonna like keep animating, but like I'm really funny. Like when I haven't, when I start to get really hungry, my brain stops working. Like I lose my ability to form sentences, and I like forget like left from right. I remember hearing someone say, like, if you're doing film work, one of the most important things that you can do is make sure that you're, I mean, there are things that you have to provide for your film crew, water and stuff like that, basic necessities, bathrooms, but keep your crew well fed. That will make like a world of difference. I can't remember where I heard that. Maybe it was NYU. But yeah, and I was like, that is so true. I'm gonna be incorporating a little bit of the videography with like the clear stick for some of the shots. I mean, I have them right here. I did it for the previous shot. Also, welcome back, Lethal Lord. Good to see you. This is being animated at 15 frames per second. Oh yeah, make sure everyone drop a like if you haven't already. We're gonna crush that YouTube algorithm. But yeah, so far these streams have been doing really well viewership wise. Thank you guys so much. And I'm going to continue to promote these streams on BrickBob Films so everyone can see these episodes get made if they want to.
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Yeah, you ready? Yes.
When I made Hocus Pocus, I was debating whether to make whether to animate Mr. Magic at 24 frames per second or not. I considered it, But I am so glad that I didn't. I am so glad I didn't. I animated him at 15 frames per second, and it turned out great. It looked perfect. 24 frames per second would not have improved it. It would have made him look. Hey, thanks for the follow. It would have made him look, I guess, like animation wise, it would have stood out, I guess, from the rest of the video in terms of frame rate. Like you would notice it, but it like wasn't it wouldn't necessarily be better. And most of all, when I animated all of Mr. Magic's clips in one day. I'm not kidding. It was like, oh, I think it was a minute of footage. But yeah, I animated every single clip of him talking in one day. I would not, it would have taken way longer if I did it at 24 frames per second, and it wouldn't have improved it. So that's like the thing about 24 frames per second is like, it's not definitively better or worse, I don't think. You just kind of have to decide like and make those judgment calls like when it's really necessary or not to shoot something at 24 frames per second. But like filming those Lolo studies, oh my gosh, so much work. So much work. I really want to do like an animation of Lolo or just some kind of, just some ball and socket armature fabricated character. I would like to do some kind of animation like with that kind of a puppet at 15 frames per second and just see how much more I could do. Because after animating those demo reels like last year and this year at 24 frames per second, those like character study reels, I'm like, okay, this is a big accomplishment and this is a good flex. Great, awesome, wonderful. I can do this. But oh my god, I never want to do this for any of my projects. Like I think it's like it's overkill, I feel like. It's awesome that you can do it and it's great if you can animate like that for a film like for Leica or Shadow Machine. But for the type of work that I'm doing, it's like I think it's just mostly overkill. Bro, do I not have like the same color? Like what's going on? Am I going crazy? I feel like I'm going mad. Here we go. We'll just do this. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I've been to okay, actually I have a pretty funny story about going to a convention where there were like actors and voice actors and such. Okay, I have a couple. I have a couple from two different conventions. First of all, so I went to Animation Y'all this past April. It was in Tennessee. And me and my friend went together and we're just like, walking past all the artists and filmmakers and this and that and this and that. We met the director for Open Season 2. And I was like, I got to tell him, I was like, dude, Open Season 2 was my favorite open season when I was a kid. Like, I got to tell him that to his face. It was pretty great. I was like, I didn't know I get to meet him. That's cool. But we were like, me and my friend were walking like down like one of the alleys at one point, and there's this older woman sitting at a table, and she says hello to us. She has like an extremely high voice, and she's like, "Hey, how's it going? See anything here you like?" And we like just strike up a conversation with her. And it turned out that so she was a voice actress, and she did the voice of the prince, the like 11-year-old prince from Indiana Jones 2. And I was like, "Wait, what? You voiced him?" And she's like, "Yeah." And I couldn't believe it. I was like, I thought that was just his voice. Like, what? And I was like, I was blown away. And like she did like a laugh at one point, and me and my friend were both like, What? What is going on?" Like I'm trying to. I don't think I really. I hadn't watched any of the other things that she was in. I think she did like stuff for girls' cartoons a bit more. I'm probably butchering this really badly, but yeah, no, I met the woman that voiced the little boy prince in Indiana Jones 2. We're like, we're like, oh, we were not expecting this. And at another, yeah, open season 2. It got open season is just such an enigma. But yeah, I liked open season 2 as a kid. But the other story was that I went to a couple like comic conventions in at like Mohegan Sun, and I'm like not a comic guy at all. I just went because it's just you just see some cool stuff anyway. But it's I don't know any of the comic stuff, but they have voice actors and actors show up, and these tables with the actors, they're just so like there's just lines of people. I remember the first one that I went to, the voice actors for Michael and Franklin from GTA 5 were there. I didn't go up and say hi to them though because like Trevor was always my favorite. But yeah, the most recent one I went to, there was like, oh yeah, Doug. I looked at the website, and like Doug Jones was supposed to be there. Now, for you guys who don't know who Doug Jones is, he's like he plays like the monsters in Guillermo del Toro's movies. Like he played the amphibious gill man in Hellboy and Shape of Water, and he played the pale man in Pan's Labyrinth. So I really wanted to see what he looked like in person. I'm like, because this is an actor that's like so known for like, I mean, he's a body, He's a tall, thin body that has tons of makeup put on him. I wanted to see like how tall would the pale man be if I met him in person? Well, I went and he wasn't at his table. He was like out to lunch. I'm like, are you kidding me? I am like they have so many voice actors like anime and stuff like that, but I no one to make me. I have yet to encounter like someone where I'm like, oh, I have to meet this guy. Like it just hasn't happened yet. Remember Phil Lamar, Samurai Jack, was at one, and like my relative goes to meet him, and he was like, yeah, he seemed like he was in a bad mood, so I didn't want to take up very much of his time. I'm like, that's fair. Shoot though. But when we were going to this convention, when we were going to the convention, I saw on the website that Billy Zane was going to be there. Billy Zane. He played the bad guy in Titanic. And I was like, I was like trolling everyone. I was like, I have to see Billy Zane. I have to see Billy Zane. Like the whole way over there, I was like, I got to see my favorite actor of all time, Billy Zane. Billy Zane this, Billy Zane that. I would not shut up about Billy Zane. I'm like, he's the greatest actor ever. I have to see him. I've only seen him in Titanic. Um, I'm sure he's great in other stuff though, but you know. So the whole time I'm like hyping up Billy Zane, Billy Zane, Billy Zane. We go over to the convention and we're there for the afternoon, this and that. And I like totally forgot that Billy Zane was even like at the convention. Like I totally forgot. And then while we're leaving the convention, like it's the end of the day, we're leaving, blah blah blah. We've had enough. I'm walking, and then my buddy, he just says to me, like we're leaving the convention, and he just says, "That was Billy Zane." And I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, he just walked past you." And I like went like I turned like I didn't actually turn in slow motion, but like I might as like the exaggeration, I might as well have if you put it in slow motion, you could put that in like an animated movie. And I turn around and I see a man, a bald gentleman, wearing all white. This dude's wearing all white. He had like a white hat, white shirt, white pants, and like a beige vest. This guy looked like he walked out of heaven. Like he was like glowing. And I only saw the back of his head. I did not see his face, nor did I get to like say hi to him. Even if I did say hi, I don't know what I would have said. I could have just said like, I idolize you, like you're my favorite actor of all time. But yeah. So I just like I just see the back of Billy Zane. I just see him walk away and just get engulfed into a crowd. Like trying to think like if I have anything else to say about seeing Billy Zane. I so like on Billy Zane, I'm not gonna say this part. Anyway, it's just I'm not gonna talk about his height. He's the guy that slaps Rose. Yeah, dubbed over the. Oh, it was dubbed. I'm just thinking the Billy Zane thing is so stupid. Like the whole day, like every like leading up to arriving at the convention, I just kept talking about Billy Zane. Then I get there and I just completely forgot. Like it just never happened. And I had no reminders of Billy Zane that entire day, and then we're walking away, and my friend is just like, "That was Billy Zane." I was like, "What?" I give him a crowbar. Darth, I did not understand a word you just said. What? What? I'm gonna get rid of this. Don't need this. Gonna get in the way. Animating this, I'm having flashbacks of animating Patrick slam the shovel in Big Pink Loser, where he's like, "Why can't I do anything right?" And just starts whamming it. And maybe it's not a shovel. Was it the broom? Had to have been the broom. Ah, confounded. I touched the thing. It's gonna be a doozy. Yeah, I'm gonna reshoot this. I was sloppy. Whoa! Hey, you're dropping stuff. Believe this. Now, wait. Nah, it's not that different. The lighting. We've been. I've had the clock running for about 2.5 hours, so we must be approaching the 3 hour mark for the stream pretty soon. Yeah, uh, you guys should know that my stamina for animating is pretty high. You have to take into consideration that after animating so much throughout my life, I can like animate for 8 hours straight. Granted, I'll have to eat at some point. But I'm just gonna keep animating until I'm just done streaming. Though I should remember to have water. That's important. Yeah, remember, whatever you can do to finish your film, keep in mind When I started making episodes of BrickBob films, it took me a day to make an episode. Like I would make it in a day, and that worked for me. I wasn't making it like a several day thing. Do whatever you can to ensure that your project gets finished, because you can't fall in love with a project that's never completed, you know? Or that doesn't materialize, rather put. Because the more advanced you get with animation, the harder, logistically, it's way harder to complete projects. But you gotta start somewhere. Yeah, no, you're good, man. I I'm trying to think. I think one of the reasons I get so daunted during the preparation phase, pre-production phase of making an animated project is because that's when you're about to start a project, it seems so daunting. It's very scary. You're like, oh, how long is this going to take? What if I can't do it? You have all that opportunity to just psych yourself out. So sometimes it really helps to just go for it and start putting down work. Get your hands on stuff. Get out of your head. And there we go. And that's one of the reasons I picked this episode, because I found that this episode would be the easiest for me to start filming. I mean, you guys saw the first stream. The first stream was super shaky, touch and go, shaking off the rust. But now we're kind of in the flow. It's not too bad. There was like only one time ever that I filmed footage for a project that I just didn't finish. And that was for, yo, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Never had you here before, I'll think. But yeah, the only time I ever made puppets and filmed footage, only a couple shots, but footage nonetheless, for a project that didn't get completed. That was for Jasper's Derby. That was like in 2018. But yeah, I made a fresh new puppet for Jasper. I was making some of the other character puppets. I made like this cool horse puppet with replaceable mouths. I filmed a shot with him, and it looked good. I have it somewhere. I should put it on my channel sometime. The sea bear is going to be clay animation. That'll be made on a future stream. But I figure we have like a lot of like footage to get through, dialogue footage. So we got some time. I am gonna start have to like I'm gonna have to start brainstorming how the sea bear is gonna be like integrated into the footage if I'm gonna composite it like Mr. Magic, or if it's gonna be actually on the set. So we'll see. Rest assured, one way or another, it's gonna get done. I don't have a choice. I could starve instead. Yeah, Squidward's mom, her leg just broke off in the middle of a shot. The Lego was just so, like, the Lego pants were just so old and brittle or something, not used enough, and they just broke. I wonder what I'll do for this. Maybe I'll have like a. This might be a little bit too. I'm trying to think what the word is. Juvenile, but I think I might try this. When he's just rummaging around with the tent pieces. Oh yeah, I was very serious about YouTube. Now, like by serious, I'm guessing like just making videos. Then yes, I was very serious. I had a schedule for BrickBob films every week. I'd make a new video or publish a new video every Wednesday. I don't know how many years that lasted, but you know, when you're making the same kind of video for years, like throughout your youth, you know, eventually you start thinking like, is this all I can do? I got to try doing something else. And there was like that whole identity crisis around it, like, oh, am I just like, is the only thing people want to watch me make like Lego SpongeBob type content? Like, you know, it's you start to become, your identity is shared with your work. You know what I mean? You're kind of interwoven. And I ended the Lego SpongeBob BrickBob film series in 2016 because I didn't want to be doing that anymore. I felt like I had to try something different, something new. I just really, I think I was burnt out and I really just didn't want to be making Lego SpongeBob type videos anymore. But seeing it as I came back to it, I think that really shows. Hold on a second. It doesn't look bad. But seeing as I came back to it, I think that goes to prove, with the benefit of hindsight, it goes to prove that I wasn't really sick of like, I didn't really want to stop making BrickBob films forever. Because I do like making this. If I didn't like making it, I clearly wouldn't be doing it now. I think I really just needed a break. I needed to know that I could do other things and succeed at making them to varying degrees of success. But those years, like 2017, I made some. Oh, that was like the most influential, one of the most influential years for me in animation. I learned so much that year just by making films. Yeah, when I was younger, I mean, look, making money doing animation is very, very difficult. It's so weird, and the industry is really quite toxic in a lot of ways, from what I've been told from like studio animators. And it's just the jobs are so astronomically scarce. There was a time when I just wanted to like get a job and, you know, be able to work on films and not be doing like the YouTube stuff when I was younger. But in recent years, like the recently in particular, I've grown to appreciate YouTube more and more because of the fact that it's something that's mine, and it's a way that I can keep working, and I'm not like in between contracts, you know? And I can connect with all of you guys while doing the work, which is really cool. Oh boy, here we go. It's a bit unorthodox, but we're making it work. I love him reeling back to kick. That looks good. Yo, guys, Phoenix, thank you for the five. I I really want to make Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 2. I I'm trying to think of how to word this. So I want to make it after this. So we have a vote on the Patreon. A lot of people really seem to want Plankton's army. I could do Mermaid Man like Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 2 and then do Plankton's army after. Then again, I usually go with my gut on it, but it's not confirmed, but I do want to do Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 2 this year. The sooner I get to do that episode, the sooner I get to have the Dirty Bubble show up in the show. Like, come on. I really want the Dirty Bubble to make an appearance. And the sooner I complete, like, this is gonna sound kind of funny, but like, the sooner I get Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 2 done, the sooner I have free range to make Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 3, which is an amazing episode, and I'll get to use the the new Man Ray figure I got. I'm not huge on Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 2, but I like the inclusion of the Dirty Bubble because that builds out like the Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy lore. You know what I mean? But also, I would really like to do Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 5 one day, but I would want to set up the Dirty Bubble first. You know what I mean? That's one of the reasons I really am not into Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 4. Is that it? 4? Yeah, 4. Because it doesn't introduce anything about Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. You know what I mean? What, you have his belt. Whole episode is about SpongeBob trying not to let on that he has Mermaid Man's belt. Like, what? Just not into it. Like, it would have been cool. It would have been cool if Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 4 introduced some new villains, new characters, new backstory about Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, but it just doesn't. Where did I get that pole? I want to use that 10 pole, but I'm not going to because I don't want to disturb the lighting. I'm just gonna use this. Yeah, I think what drives me crazy is just the fact that they're numbered. So, like, the numbers, the Roman numerals are baked into the titles. That's what always drove me crazy about Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, because people always asked me to make those episodes, ever since I started BrickBob Films. But I was like, oh man, I have to adhere to the chronologicality of it. But yeah, it's YouTube. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter that much whether I adhere to it or not. I feel like I would be content with doing Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 2, 3, skipping 4, and doing 5. I could live with that. That kick is sluggish. Yeah, that doesn't work. I have to do this. Squidward is going to have the most rickety tent ever to be erected. It's funny looking.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
I'm digging the light. This is good.
Huh? Huh? Well, 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 voila, voila.
No, I haven't seen that. Is it like a channel like dedicated to like are there a lot of recreations of episodes? I'll have to check it out. Oh, that was painless. It was surprisingly painless animating this. Animating something falling is a slippery slope, especially when you have all these slick plastic Lego pieces establishing friction between each other. F. Confounded. Time to turn on the toggle. We're gonna fix this best we can. Now, there is no fixing it, but there is making it just less blatant. Yeah, there we go. Oh, okay. It's not like live action actors. Because there are like YouTube videos, there's like a small community of people that like recreate like SpongeBob episodes like with their friends and stuff like that, just acting it out. Yeah, the wet painters story will always be a mystery to me. Always. It was such an anomaly. I'm sad. It was one of my most popular videos on my channel. I think it had over 1 million views. Made it 2016, I think. But, you know, I'm just like I'm just glad that there are fans out there that like got the video and re-uploaded it. I'm fine as long as like people are able to still watch it somewhere. It's fine with me. Wet Painters, that was a BrickBob Films episode. It was the only episode to ever be taken down by YouTube, and I got like a community guideline strike on my channel for that. It was a really weird situation. I talked about it earlier in stream, but yeah, like long story short, I I managed to get a hold of YouTube on Twitter and then had a manual review. They watched the video and they were like, "Yeah, this is a legitimate takedown." Didn't specify what part or what reason because I wanted to know like, is there anything I gotta know like so I don't do it again? But they just never like they're not going to provide you with that information. There is like a moment where they'll give you a timestamp of where the offending material is, and I looked at it and it was like at the scene where like Mr. Krabs says, "Oh, he's like, oh, I'm coming home, la 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 la," la," and SpongeBob screams and is like, "Patrick, put the dollar back on the wall. I have an idea." It was that scene, and they said that was the material that was uh, unpleasant. I guess I don't know the offending material. Are you in focus enough? I do not like that. I think you might be too close. Nah, no, none taken. Are you talking about like? Where are you talking about when SpongeBob like makes a face, like he makes a really ugly face? No, I think I'm thinking the wrong scene. I don't even remember. I don't even remember what shot you're talking about. I'll have to find it. Well, now you got me curious. Look, it's one thing when we're talking about like when we're talking about other people's work, it's one thing, but when we're talking about something I made, it's like, whoa. I gotta see what's up. Oh, someone made their own version of Wet Painters. Oh wait, are you the thumbnail is pretty terrifying. Wet Painters re-uploaded by BrickBob.
That's not just a dollar. That's Mr. Krabs' first dollar. His most valuable possession. And we got paint on it!
And he makes that face.
I think you're overreacting, SpongeBob. I don't see anything.
Yeah, this was like a perfectly standard episode of BrickBob films for the time. Yeah, it's so weird. Yeah, I went way overboard with those like Microsoft Paint edits, like at one point. Maybe they did. I remember people joking about the thumbnail. Maybe they did think the white paint was something else. Maybe they did. Who knows? Still, that's pure conjecture. I think he's falling. The thumbnail, it was just SpongeBob and Patrick standing on like a tan Lego board with the sky backdrop, and there was white paint all of them, and it was like dripping from around the corners of the frame.
What could what could compare to just
Maybe if you look it up, you'll find an image of it.
heritage?
Oh, I know what face you're talking about. I don't have to look it up. I know what face you're talking about. It had its moments. Yeah, it was. They cited it as the scene when Mr. Krabs was coming home. That was the offending material, and then SpongeBob screams and runs in a circle. It's all the explanation I ever got.
Just lying out, out under the star.
And then that's it for Squidward.
Huh? Voila. But what could compare to just lying out under the stars?
All right, now we're gonna film SpongeBob and Patrick. You know, Patrick's gonna have like a pencil. I don't know what to give SpongeBob. I know he has binoculars animation, but I don't think I have Lego binoculars. I'm sure I have those like binocular looking pieces. Oh wait. Oh, yo. Let's go. Oh wait, actually, you know what? Look what I just found. I found a little like a camera, little film camera. I think that'll work.
And learn.
Okay, I'm gonna add a shot here. Okay, 301, I'm gonna splice the audio. What is it? Yeah, I want to have like a little shot showing them pull out their equipment. Let's see, I'm going to copy all this. And I'll paste these here for now. Yes. And that should be all of it. Gravy. Got like a pair of goggles for Patrick. That looks sillier. Phone, where is it? Everything has its place. Where's the, might be here. This should not be in here. It might not be worth indulging too much. It's just a thought. I've been asked that question a lot. Like, yeah, what was your least favorite episode to make? But here's the thing, it's like I've made over 100 of these things, so I couldn't tell you would have like what would have been my least favorite episode to make because there's just been so many. I definitely had like there was a period of time where you could tell I was like, oh yeah, I'm just making this for content. Like you could tell, or at least like I felt like my heart wasn't truly in it. I think particularly episodes 2022 to 2023, I feel like I was just trying to get some content out, but I felt like the episodes had kind of lost a little bit of the magic. And then in 2025, 2024 I made Fry Cook Games. Fry Cook Games was weird though. That was like an anomaly. That was like 2024 was the year that I decided like I'm done going to school. Like I've been going to school for 3 years, and I gotta do animation. This is what I'm meant to do. This is this is what I care about. So that was the year that I came back to animation, and Fry Cook Games was great because I was able to make an episode of BrickBob films, and I was able to do the clay animation effects and practice some of my new special effects techniques at the same time. I did say though that an episode that I was really disappointed with at the time was Dying for Pie because I just distinctly remember working on that as a kid and feeling very dissatisfied with the audio synchronization. I was just at the time I had always recorded the audio after animation. But Dying for Pie, that was the episode where I was like, yeah, this has to change at some point. I don't know what I'm going to do, but this can't continue. Yeah, Dying for Pie was an episode that I was like really disappointed with. Now, for the videos that I made in 2022 and 2023, I don't dislike them and I don't think that they're bad. I just felt like I think like they lost some of their magic. And that's why when I came back in 2025, I was like, I want the visual look of the show to change. Like, something's got to change. I want this to feel like a new day. No, the camera has to be like in front of him. Like, I want the camera to be in SpongeBob's grasp, but it, it can't obscure his face. Yeah, well, I'll tell you, Pickles. Did I make that? I made that episode twice. I think Pickles was like one of the first episodes that I made when I like made BrickBob Films a show when I was a kid. But yeah, no, I like Pickles, and I made a remake of it, which I thought turned out good. The episodes that I made in 2019, those I liked a lot. Visually, it was rough around the edges, but I had a good time making them. And it felt good to be making BrickBob films again. It felt like a new beginning. It was like experiencing it for the first time. It was a totally different experience. Well, I got to tell you, it's not easy. Like doing this, it's not easy. You every day kind of feels like a fight. But I don't know. I feel like life is really short. Like the older I get, the more aware I become of like how fast the years fly, and I'm like, shoot. Well, if it's going by that quick, I want to be doing something that I really care about, regardless of money. I feel like I would rather make a modest living doing something I really care about versus making like tons of money doing something I can't stand. Thanks, man. Yeah, visually, it's so delicious, so colorful, so vibrant. Never, this just never fails to excite me.
That was great, Squidward. But how do you get inside?
Stream, how long we're approaching 4 hours, I think. Oh, we are at 4 hours, yo. Yeah, my work clock says 3 hours and 43 minutes. I think we'll take it to 4 hours, but I think we'll hit 1,000 frames for this scene. Yeah, visually, like this compared to the original, it's night and day. I love this. Ooh. Episodes are 15 frames per second. When I started making BrickBob Films videos when I was a kid, they were 10 frames per second, but now the standard is 15 frames per second. I think the fight sequence in the Fry Cook games, I think that 24 frames per second? I can't remember. Can't remember right now.
That 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 was that was great. Word.
I don't know what made me decide to do a face reveal. I don't know. I don't know what state of mind I was in when I did a face reveal or the face reveal. You only get one. But you know what? Like, if I had to dare to guess, like without rewatching the video. I think I must have been at a point where I was like, I had that feeling deep inside of me where I was like, I've been this faceless dude that just makes like hours and hours and hours of animation for YouTube, and I've been doing it for almost 10 years, and no one knows who I am,
But how?
and no one knows that a person is making these, you know,
But how do you get?
frame by frame.
But how do you get? But how do you get inside?
Yeah, when I was a kid, I didn't think that me showing my face would add anything to the videos. I didn't think it meant like, because like I wanted to keep the BrickBob Films channel purely BrickBob Films. I wanted to give the people what they wanted, you know. You subscribe to a channel called, well, at the time it was called Lego SpongeBob. You subscribe to a channel called Lego SpongeBob, that's what you're going to get. You're not going to get videos of 10-year-old me or what, 11-year-old me. Actually though, I did see that I posted a Wii U unboxing video. It was uploaded to my BrickBob Films channel. Must have been like 2013, Christmas 2014, something like that. It's unlisted, and I'm not planning on making it available to the public. But yeah, you know, it's just I wanted to stay on brand, but that's kind of the dilemma is like making that transition of like just being this person that makes animations online to making that shift of like, I'm Lorenzo and I make animations because I love it. I am passionate about it. I want to inspire people. I want to teach people. And I want you guys to come along for the journey. You know, it's just trying to figure out, what to, what do you call it? Just how to connect with the audience.
Yeah, so, yeah, so, so, yeah, it's so crushed, crushed. Yeah, it's so crushy looking. Yeah, it's so crushy looking. Crushy looking. Looking. Crushy looking.
Take this footage. Oof, I am pretty tired. 11 p.m.
It isn't put up yet. It isn't. It isn't put up yet, you idiots.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that. No, that was me and my aunt. That was community access television, not YouTube. It wasn't a face reveal. Because, like, here's the thing. I didn't even know that that was on YouTube for the longest time. I thought it was just going to be aired to local networks. But yeah, no, that was me. Because at that point, I had already gained momentum online with this animation stuff.
Customization.
And yeah, locally, like, people were curious about it all to hear and learn about, wait, what? This kid has got subscribers on YouTube making animations. Like, oh shoot, I have to draw with this pencil.
He's tenderizing the ground.
Yo, get out of here, man. Go work on your film. Thanks for coming by. Been great having you. I love seeing like my viewers talking about how they're working on their projects. It's like imagine that, you know? We use these tools to create things, create animation, create films. Yeah, I definitely hope that these streams and just this channel, just my videos, period, can inspire people to do their own filmmaking ventures.
Of course.
Write that down. Write that down. Write that down. Write that down. Down. Write that down.
Mm. Well, thank you, sir.
Huh? Voila. But what could compare to just lying out under the stars?
Yeah, and there you go. Work clock is reading 4 hours. We're slightly over, though. And you know what? I am going to call it here because I am pretty tired and I cannot wait to get some food. But this is amazing progress. We made it to frame 155 out of, let's see, about 1800. And we were also filming a couple, we did like 3 shots for the previous scene. So yeah, everyone, I'm going to call the stream here. Remember, drop a like, consider becoming a channel member and joining the Patreon. We're going to be back again really soon. We do have a scheduled stream on Wednesday, but I also might try and stream tomorrow. So I'm going to see you guys later. Thank you guys so much for showing up. This has been a blast, and I'm going to see you guys very soon. So with all that said, good night, everyone, and take care.